Jeff Dikip, Olivier Bos en de riders Baptist-eigenaar Leana Richard, Lucie Martino en Mathis Valla. And there they go, the nation France, Frankrijk. En dan verwelkomen we, dames en heren, als achtste land bij de Young Riders, Germany, Duitsland. Jeff Dikip, Peter Theeuwen, de rijders Magnus Smit, Tim Korte, Marie Flik en Mick Hounhorst. Ladies and gentlemen, Germany, Duitsland. Germany, Duitsland, good luck to you in the Nations Cup, the Young Riders. De eerste 8 teams gehad. 13 totaal, 13 nations in the Nations Cup, the Young Riders. The Spruce Meadows Prize. At Night Nation in the Nations Cup, the Young Riders. I present to you the Czechian Republic. Czechia. Jeff Dikip, Zuzana Janatova, the riders Oliver Pitsarik, Petra Parinchkova, Adam Pitsarik and Teresa Vodopova. Czechia, Czechian Republic. Dames en heren, Tsjechië, de Czechian Republic. And then I present to you Denmark, Denemarken. Jeff Dikip, Ulrike Kjær. The riders Frederik Venshalt, Frida Munke-Lassen, Emily Moskart Christiansen, Maria Barnwitz Schue. Denmark, Denemarken. Denmark, Denemarken. Good luck to you in the Nations Cup Young Riders. There they come, ladies and gentlemen, Switzerland, Switzerland. Chef d'équipe Cornelia Dons, riders Leon Pierre, Linus Hanselman, Gérald Jarnos en Timo Keller, Switzerland. One more time for Switzerland, Switzerland. Het voorlaatste team, dames en heren, voor Nederland, de Netherlands. Chef de équipe, Vincent Voorde. De rijders, Auke Veenstra, Fleur Holleman, Mans Thijssen en Iris Mitchells. De Netherlands, Nederland. Nog één keer, dames en heren, dan komt ze aan voor u. Nederland, de Netherlands. Het laatste land, dames en heren, voor de Spurs Meadows Prize, de parade. The Nations Cup Young Riders. I present to you Poland, Poland. Chef d'équipe Gregor Kubiak en de riders Mikolaj Baranski, Natalia Kubik, Lena Matsuchak en Maximilian Parkitny. Poland, Poland. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Poland, Poland. also to Poland. De 13 landen aan u gepresenteerd, dames en heren, 13 nations in the Nations Cup, the Young Riders. And we will start with the first round. The first competitor at 15.45. Our course designer, Mr. Henk Linders, designed the course. Competition over 2 rounds for the young riders. The speed of the course, 375 meters per minute. Length of the course, 460 meters. And the time allowed, 74 seconds. 12 obstacles, 15 efforts. 15.45, the first competitor. Good luck to you all. 13 landen, dames en heren, zo dadelijk in de Nation Cup, de Young Riders, om de Spruce Meadows Prize. Ontworpen door onze course-designer, de heer Henk Linders. Ontworpen volgens het tabel A, de snelheid, 375 meter per minuut. De lengte van het parcours, 460 meter. En er is een toegestane tijd van 74 seconden. 12 hindernissen in het parcours, 15 sprongen. The first round, speed of the course, 375 meters per minute. The length of the course, 460 meters. And the time allowed, 74 seconds. 12 obstacles, 15 efforts.
Well, hello and welcome back to Zuidwolde here in the Netherlands for the 8th of what will be 10 legs of the FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth Series for young riders this year. Zuidwolde, the proud hosts of the 2019 Youth Championships for Children on Horses, Juniors and Young Riders, and very pleased to welcome back the Youth Nations Cup Series here in 2023. In the Meter 45 Young Riders Nations Cup, we have 13 nations, but in the first round of jumping, we're just going to see 12 because Austria, who are actually drawn number one, they do not have a first-line rider. They're a team of 3. So we immediately then concentrate on our second team, which will be Spain.
So we are waiting for the first competitor for Spain.
Alex Codina Leria will be the first on course for Spain. Spain in action so far this year just at Gola Menora and Compiègne, earlier legs of the series.
De eerste combinatie lanceren the first competitor for Spain, the Spurs Medals Prize. It's Alex Cordinalia met Jarno, the first competitor for Spain.
Alex Codina Leria actually ranked inside the top third of riders in the world on the Longines rankings. Rides Jarno. Rode at the Youth Championships last year in Oliva. That was actually the first appearance for Alex at championship level. But rode recently at Peelbergen in the Netherlands in the meter 45, meter 50 tour of the CSIO. Longines EEF Nations Cup show at Peelbergen. And before that was part of the Spanish squad when they jumped on this Youth Nations Cup series in Gola Menora in Italy at the beginning of the year. So 4 members per team with the exception of Austria, so we're playing with discard scores across 2 rounds of jumping over the identical track in both rounds. Alex carrying 4 faults at the moment. This is the design of the triple accommodation we had this morning in the juniors, but it's been moved right over there to the side of the ring with the same materials being used this time around. He sets that wall that was quite tricky for the juniors in its line after the open water up at the start of that long line that goes to the fence under the trees here. For the young riders, sets it up coming down to the vertical with the planks. So the open water coming very, very late on in the course. But Alex Codina Leria and Jarno have just the one down very, very early on. 4 faults in 71.31 for the first to go for Spain.
Gaan door met Zweden, Joel Torstensson met Joker. Aankoming van I'm Special de Muse voor Sweden.
Joel Torstensson and Joker EK. Jumping some meter 45, 40 and 45 classes recently at the Toscana Tour in Italy. Also riding a couple of young horses during that tour as well. Joker is the 10-year-old I'm Special de Muse, Swedish warm blood, and that pale blue goes down. So that was the materials being used for the double by the Ingate in the juniors class earlier on. It's about 12 months since Joel actually was right up there in the top 50% of ranked riders in the world. Drifted a little bit back on those Longines rankings, but it's all about, you know, the performance in the ranking classes and having the horsepower to consistently deliver the results over a long 12-month period. 69.86 on the clock with 4 faults for Joel Torstensson, number 1 for Sweden.
69.86 seconds. 4 strafpunten, 69,86 seconden. Spurs Meadows Prize gaan door met Groot-Brittannië met
Isaac Ketteridge is going to lead off the challenge for Great Britain. Britain with the win earlier on in the Junior Nations Cup here. We go to another rider very, very well ranked in the world, just outside the world's top 500. Actually hasn't ridden the European Youth Championships, but has ridden the World Championships for young horses at Lanarken. Isaac's going to have the first part of that blue double down early on course here in the Young Rider Nations Cup. Great Britain 2 podiums so far this season. Compiègne, they were third, second at Lamprechthuizen. It's a long, tricky line, the full length of the ring here in Zuidwolde. Starting over the wall and finishing there under the shadow of the trees. Out over the open water, Isaac's going to be another one just with the early rail by the looks of things, and coming around in just under 70 seconds. So, still looking for our first clear round from amongst our contenders here in the Young Rider Nations Cup. Well, the team that won the opening leg at Centaur and then picked up a second place finish at Compiègne, also top 5 at Gola Minora. This is Belgium. Belgium's number 1 is going to be Aaron Tiskins and Hurricane. Aaron hasn't been to a European Championship since pony days. Went to Kaposvár in Hungary and Bishop Burton in Great Britain on the ponies. Finished 6th in the Grand Prix at Compiègne, having been part of the Belgian team that finished 2nd on that day in France. That long line claims its first victim across the full length of the ring, down over the water, and the last plank, 72.81. So one of our slower rounds over the grounds, and Aaron Tiskins there with the 4 faults.
Belgium. Eerste combinatie nu voor Italië, Martina Ferrari. Alonco Hero set, zangzijde gefokt eruit.
Alonco Hero is the ride for Martina Ferrari, the first to go for Italy.
For Italy, the first rider, Martina Ferrari.
It's Martina, who made a Young Riders debut at the beginning of the season. Having been a consistent competitor at the other youth levels for Italy in the past. Ponies in 2019 in Stragon. Youth Championships last year at Oliva with the horses. Top 10 in the Grand Prix at Zuidwolde in the Czech Republic. Italy, who took a 4th place finish in that Nations Cup, 2nd at Gola, their home show, and top 5 at Lamprechthuizen. But again, another one who's not going to come home with the clean sheet. It's time faults as well, 4 for jumping and 3 for time for Italy's Martina Ferrari and Alonco Hero, the first to go for Italy in this first round of the Young Riders Nations Cup.
Martina Ferrari, Alonco Hero set.
Can any of our number one riders give us a clear round? Baptiste Eichner for France. France lies second on the standings for the young riders after the first few legs. Winners at Gola, just pipping Italy into second place at their home Nations Cup show. They also won their home show at Compiègne and took second at the very first event of the season in Centaur. Baptiste with Calizo. Last at the Youth Championships when part of the French team that placed fourth at Vilamoura in Portugal. Top 10 in the Grand Prix at Compiègne during the Nations Cup meeting. It's interesting, in the juniors earlier on, the course designer elected to put up two of the verticals and increase the width of two of the oxes for the second round. He could feel that coming. Baptiste just really rode at the last. Those dark green poles are tough in the shadow under the trees there. So late four for the number one for France. There's nothing to choose really between any of the teams at the moment, all coming home with a rail. Only Italy, in addition, picking up time penalties.
63 results the first competitor for France, Baptiste Eichner en Calizo. De eerste 6 combinaties gehad. We gaan door met Duitsland, Germany. The first rider, Magnus Schmidt, Miss Baloo. The mare born in 2009, Baloo de Rouen, Cornet Overlensky, Magnus Schmidt, Germany.
Magnus Schmidt riding Miss Baloo is the number one for Germany. Germany, the fourth best team on the standings after the first few legs of the FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth. Pony rider at the Stragom Europeans back in 2019. Jumped the two-star meter 45 tour recently at one of the shows at Ludger Beerbaum Show Center at Riesenbeck in Germany, including qualifying through to the meter 45 ranking Grand Prix. So Magnus and Miss Baloo. Jumping this big oxer going past the in-gate. Wall, big oxer, and then here into the darkness for those dark green poles with the wooden supports. And Magnus Schmidt could be clear round number one. Time's okay as well. Magnus Schmidt and Miss Baloo get Germany off to the best possible start, and the only team to get off to that start so far. We've seen 8 of 13 and just the one clear round coming from Magnus Schmidt and Miss Baloo. Our next team to send forward their first rider is going to be the Czech Republic. The winners this year at Samar in Slovakia, and second on home soil in Zuidwolde. Oliver Pisaric and Sentolago will be the number one for the Czech Republic. Ridden the European Championships, the last two runnings. Vilamoura 21, Oliva in Spain last year. And like a lot of our riders from the Czech Republic, keeping their eye in, jumping some of the young rider and under 25 classes during the recent meeting at Prague at the Velká Hořle. Picking up 2 class wins there. Sentolago, a meter 40 speed class winner, but Oliver carrying the 4 faults at the moment, so it's really just Germany at the moment making a difference. But If we get a lot of clears out of the second team riders, maybe it won't matter so much. Oh, very, very close to having that big plank of the way home. Wherever that plank has been, it's been influential. But my goodness, to have it there off the open water as the second last, down to it being the last, is tough. That is as close as it's come to falling so far, but I'm sure it will fall. But Oliver Pistoric for the Czech Republic has those 4 falls.
For Denmark, the first rider.
Frederik Fensholt for Denmark, and Univers. Denmark are the leading team in the young riders. 4th at Sammer and 3rd at Zuidwolde and 2nd at Drammen. So whilst they are our leading team, they're still looking for their first win of a Young Riders Nations Cup this season. Frederik just jumping his horses throughout Ugehaln recently. The shows there on the international circuit was well placed in the Zuidwolde Nations Cup Show Grand Prix. Part of the Danish team that placed 3rd at that show. Frederik and Univers jump clear. That's going to put Denmark level pegging with Germany at this very, very early stage.
Clear, 70.58.
That's a good place to be. And again, 2 of our leading teams making the difference so far. Germany, 4th on the standings. Denmark, leaders of the standings, give us our first clears. Leon Pierre and Verona VZ for Switzerland. Switzerland podium this year at Centaur, 4th at Lamprechtshausen and 5th at Zuidwolde and at Compiègne. Another young rider inside the world's top 3rd of ranked riders on the Longines rankings. Part of the Swiss team at last year's Youth Championships. And again, jumping the CSIO Longines EEF show at Mannheim, including qualifying through to the World Ranking Grand Prix. And jumped the some 4-star meter 50 classes recently at Fontainebleau. Verona and Leon were 3rd in the Nations Cup Grand Prix at Gola this year on the youth circuit. Zero score at the moment, just keeping a very close eye on that water jump judge in the background, just to make sure that is going to stay as a 0 score for Lempier.
We gaan door met Nederland, de eerste combinatie. En dat is Auke Veenstra. Bereidt hier de merrie Jolineke van Hengst, de Star Power nummer 1. De Netherlands, Auke Veenstra.
Auke Veenstra and Jolineke by Star Power going to be the number 1 today for the Netherlands. jumped at the recent Pijlbergen leg of the EEF Nations Cup Series, including once again qualifying through to that Grand Prix. Hauke is just going to have an early rail down in the double going up towards the top of the ring. The Netherlands this year, in terms of the young riders, they've actually only fielded a team at Centaur when they placed 4th. And the plank goes. It's actually, I think, the first time the plank goes, but we expect to see it quite a few times, just the way it's set there coming after the open water. But Jolleneke and Auke Veenstra are going to be an 8-fault round, first out for the Netherlands. So to complete the first team rider rotation, it is going to be the number 1 now for Poland. Mikołaj Baranski and Juggle Baraka. Just taking a little look at the wall before they head off to the first. Rider at Oliver last year, and again, in terms of Longines World Ranking, sitting inside the world's top 3rd. Placed 2nd in a meter 50 International Grand Prix at Busto Arizio earlier on in May. Once again, that early double catches one of our Nations Cup riders out here in the young riders. Around to the final line. Open water to the big tall plank. And Mikołaj Baranski will be another one to have just the 4 and 4 picked up at that initial double on course as well. I think there's quite a few people can tell that story out of this first rider rotation, but we go on to the second line. And the second line brings into play for the first time a rider for Austria.
Nu eerst de eerste combinatie voor Oostenrijk. Oostenrijk die combinaties die meedoen op de Spurs Medalsprijs.
Austria, who are the winners at Lamprechtshausen this year, they also lined out in Gorla in Italy. The number 1 for Austria, Marie-Christine Sebster and Gaffney. First time that vertical has gone on the way up that line, but go it does for 4 faults. And Austria just as a 3-member team, so unfortunately that counts against them immediately. A element of the triple combination down as well. So 8 faults for Marie-Christine. She rode at the Youth Championships here back in 2019 at Zuidwolde. Most recent time at one of these shows was at Samarin in Slovakia. Jumped 2 horses, including Gaffney, in the Grand Prix at that show for a 6th place finish. But Maria-Christine Sebester and Gaffney have 8 faults here in the first round of the Nations Cup. Austria didn't line out a team in the young riders at Samarin, leaving Maria-Christine there as an individual. And of course, in terms of individuals between the first and second round, we have the Big Tour young rider individuals jumping this track as a 1-round Table A speed competition. So that gives us a decent break between the first round and then the second round of 8 teams. Miguel Onrubia Garcia and FX de Melnier. Spain looking for their first clear. And they won't get it, unfortunately. So Spain cannot finish this round on 0. In fact, it is guaranteed now that their best possible score is 4, because Alex Codina Leria had just the 1 down and Miguel Onrubia Garcia has 2 down on that line from the town crest up to the pale blue double. Rode with the Spanish at one of their 2 appearances this year on the Youth Nations Cup Series. Actually, at both of them, the Gola and Compiègne shows. Away from the water jump judge, it makes it 16 faults in all for the number 2 for Spain, FX de Melnier and Miguel Onrubia Garcia.
53.52, results Miguel Onrubia Garcia. De tweede combinatie voor Spanje, 16 strafpunten binnen de tijd. Tweede combinatie nu voor Zweden. Dat is Josephine Olsen.
On we go to Sweden, Josephine Olsen with Gunilla Olsen's All I Got Is You.
Second rider Josephine Olsen.
So here is our number 2 for Sweden. Sweden again looking for their first clear round. Sweden picked up the win in Drammen this year, top 5 also at Compiègne, and lined out as a team in Gola. And this pair were in action in Compiègne this year in the Young Riders Series. They also jumped, well, Josephine jumped the under-25 tour during Compiègne as well. The next stage for a lot of these riders after they progress out of Young Riders might be those under-25 tours. A lot of the biggest shows in the world now offering U25 series, likes of the Winter Equestrian Festival's red hot 12-week long U25 Grand Prix series, but also U25s in the mix at the likes of the Indoor Salon at Geneva in December. And of course the Global Champions League currently underway in Ramatuelle Saint-Tropez in the south of France. Each of those Global Champions League teams needs a U25 rider as part of their roster. So Josephine confirms that Sweden will have to bring forward a score of 4. But if it's 4 each from the first 2 riders for Sweden, that's a better position for them than the position in which Spain find themselves. So still all to play for.
Is you for penalty points, 70.95, 4 strafpunten, 70.95. Jessica Hewlett uit Groot-Brittannië nu met Ilmar HBC.
With Ilmar HBC, Jessica Hewlett.
Great Britain.
Jessica, the number 2 for Great Britain, hoping to give them their first clear round. winners of the Nations Cup Grand Prix together at Lamprechtshausen. Great Britain second on that occasion in the Nations Cup as well at the Austrian show at the beginning of May. So Great Britain will also come out of the second rider rotation on a 4-fault total, picked up from Isaac Kettridge. Jessica now with the rail coming out of the triple, just goes a little bit disunited there around the corner into the wall. It's sticky over the wall, so they've had to push right the way down this distance. Probably made that oxer pretty big, but able to deal with it as they turn back now to the open water and plank. And 70.39 seconds. So Jessica Hewlett is on 4, and so is Great Britain. So Spain, Sweden and Great Britain all on 4 faults after 2 riders.
Mathieu Bourdouis uit België nu met Oscar de Homage, number 17. Second rider for Belgium.
Mathieu Bourdouis and Oscar de Homage. Number 2 here for Belgium. Belgium again also with 4 faults. So if Mathieu ends up with a rail, it is going to be another team on a total of 4, but if it's clear, then Belgium move back in position to maybe finish up the round on 0. Riding a lot of the young horse and internationals during Centaur's spring season, late April, early May. Mathieu Bourdouis and Oscar de Homage still on the 0 score at the moment. Not a huge amount of clears so far from amongst our young riders. But that is one, and that is an important one. Belgium, so that keeps Belgium in with the option of finishing this round on a 0 score.
Spruce Meadows Prize, de tweede combinaties van de 13 teams in de Nations Cup.
So 3 of our first line riders jumped clear, and now that for Mathieu Bourdouis is our first second line rider to deliver the 0 score. On to Italy. Italy could really do with a 0 or at the very least a 4, so that they can start to look at discarding the time penalties picked up by Martina Ferrari that would put them out of step with the rest of the field. Martina Simoni and Kashgon E is the number 2 for Italy, the team that were in second place at their home Nations Cup at Gola. So, a minimum of 4 to be carried by Italy after 2 riders, when Martina is another one to pick up problems at that light blue double.
4 strafpunten, 71-83 voor penalty points.
So Martina does just have the one down. It is 4 faults for the number 2 for Italy, and that is a team total going forward of a minimum of 4 for the Italians. Martino's last championships appearance was at the Europeans here in Zuidwolde back in 2019. On we go to France. Another member of the Richard family on French Youth Nations Cups this week. This is Léana Richard. Léana with Utopie de Emissarie. 4 faults from Baptiste Eichner earlier on. Still just one of the second rider rotation delivering a clear. That was Belgium's Mathieu Baudouin. France have had 2 Nations Cup wins this season. Taking victory in Gola and Compiègne in the Young Rider Nations Cup series. Léana wasn't on the Young Riders team during the Compiègne show, but did go on to jump in the Grand Prix there. They're not going to come in clear, so France are going to be another team on a minimum of 4 after 2 riders. This jumps across the water, makes it a little bit of a wider angle. Not of any interest, though, to the water jump judge. 73.04 on the clock. Léana Richard also on 4 faults. So that's a very similar situation to a lot of our teams.
Maar door met Duitsland, dat is Tim Korte, rijdt hier All I Need.
Tim Korte with All I Need. Now for Germany, could it be a second clear round for Germany, solidifying their command as it appeared after the first line rider rotation of this competition? No, number 3 goes, number 4 goes. So whilst Germany could still finish on 0, it is no longer as assured. My goodness, this is not going well for Tim Korte and All I Need. Jumping some internationals this spring at Azelhof. That's actually going to be a first Nations Cup of the year in the youth series for Tim and All I Need. Time penalties coming into play as well, so 12 for jumping and 2 for time. Germany will be very much hoping that's their discard score out of this Young Riders Nations Cup here at the Volden.
Tim Korte en All I Need. 14 strafpunten, inclusief 2 voor de tijdafscheiding. Het staat voor Tim Korte en All I Need. Maar door met Tsjechië en wel met Petra Parenikova en de Mary Zeta.
So Belgium and Germany could still finish this round on 0. We go on to the Czech Republic. If they can get it clear now from Petra Parenkova, they too could finish the round on 0. Petra riding Zita. '19-year-old Petra Parenikova, so she's got a couple of years left in the young rider division of the sport. Rode at Oliver last year at the Youth Championships. Has a rail, unfortunately, out of the triple combination to go on to 4. So the Czech Republic are another team that must accept a minimum of 4 faults. Ending up on a total of 8 then, the number 2 for the Czech Republic. It is still going to be a potential 4-fault first round though for the Czech Republic, requiring on Adam and Teresa Pisarik and Teresa Svobodova to deliver the clear rounds for the Czech Republic to keep them on that total of 4. One of now 6 nations that could still finish on 4. Frida Munch-Larsen and the Ask horse Valerie. They go now for Denmark, the series leaders for the young riders. Denmark often running with a clear from first out of the box, Frederik Fensholt. And they can't back up that clear, but the door is still open for Denmark to jump clear in this round, with 2 more riders still to come. But Frida, unfortunately, on the faults, hoping to minimize it to just the single rail, just the 4 faults. Pony European Championships rider in 2018, Youth Championship rider last year at Oliva. Jumped some of the spring shows at Herning, and actually jumped the Junior Nations Cup final last year at Palebergen. Before, as I say, going on to those Youth Championships as a junior. So Frida Munch-Larsen with just the single rail, 4 faults for Denmark. Denmark still one of the 4 nations that are assured of a 0 score after this second rider rotation.
Dan hoor met Zwitserland, Linus Hanselman en Ibiza van Time Special De Muse. The second rider for Switzerland.
Linus Hanselman and Ibiza, why did I say that? Ibiza and Linus Hanselman for Switzerland. Switzerland to the 3rd place finishers at the opening leg of the season at Centaur. 3 other top 5s to make them our 3rd best team on the standings of the FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth. Rattles that vertical going in. Are they going to be clear of this double? Again, looked like they just got stuck on takeoff with the A element, but they are still clear. Team silver medalist at the Youth Championships at Villamora in 2021 for Switzerland actually rode at the Zuidwolde Youth Championships right here back in 2019. And Linus's appearance for Switzerland at Oliva last year was his 5th Youth Championship appearance. And Switzerland are going to be the first team and the only team to deliver 2 clears so far. So whilst Switzerland are one of currently 4 teams alongside Belgium, Germany and Denmark who can finish this round on 0, they are in a stronger spot because they have 2 clears already. Door still open for our last 2 teams, Netherlands and Poland, to go on to the leaderboard with the potential for a 0 after 2 riders, but that relies on this pair giving us a clear. For the Netherlands, it's going to be Fleur, and for Poland in a moment, Natalia Kubik. but Fleur Holleman and Katak de Hauteboer. Pony Championship rider at Stragom a couple of years ago. Again, another rider riding at the 3-star meter 45, meter 50 classes at the Longines EEF Nations Cup meeting at Kronenberg at Pijlbergen. Pijlbergen going to be the site once again of the FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth Finals. Fleur not far from home now, actually, still on the 0 score. The faults we've had on this line have come in mostly at this last fence. Fleur is clear that. We have had a foot in the water. We have had the last plank down. But no problems, and no problems from the clocks. So Fleur Holleman opens up the door for the Netherlands to maybe finish on a 0 score. That is possible after the first 2 riders for the Dutch squad.
We gaan door met de volgende combinatie in de Sprouse Meadows Prize. Dit is voor Poland, Mikołaj Balanski.
It's only our 6th clear round of jumping. We go on to the last in this rider rotation, Natalia Kubic and Zini Blue. Natalia's third in the Nations Cup Grand Prix of Samorin with this horse, and part of the Polish team that finished second there in Slovakia as well. Poland also picking up a 3rd place finish at Gorla at the beginning of the season. Unfortunately, a rail there for Natalia in the midst of the triple combination. So that means that Poland are going to be another team on that total of 4. Only Austria off the pace on 8. Belgium, Germany, Denmark, Switzerland, Netherlands on potentially 0. Spain, Sweden, Great Britain, Italy, France, Czech Republic and Poland all with 4 as a best possible score. Natalia Kubic's 8 will be the discard so far for Poland.
72.70, the second rider for Poland, Natalia Kubik en Zine Blue. 8 strafpunten, 72/70 seconden. 1 combinatie nog te gaan in het eerste gedeelte. 1 to go in the first part. Then we have a short break. Voor Oostenrijk nu. Sally Carina Swider met Tornado NT van Hengst Tornes.
Well, a little bit confusingly, we're going to have the first rider from the 3rd rider rotation, Sally Carina Zweiner, and then take a break. But I suppose it does mean that there are an equal number of horses in each half then of the drag break. But getting what is in theory our 3rd rider rotation off and running, it is the 2nd rider only for Austria, Sally Carina Zweiner and Tornado MT. Rode a couple of times at the Pony Championships, Mill Street in Ireland, Fontainebleau, and also Wiener Neustadt in 2015. Youth Championships with horses at Oliver last year for Sally Carina Zweiner. Again, another rider jumping some of the meter 40, 45 classes at Mannheim in that leg of the EEF Nations Cup qualifier series. And Sally Carina, unfortunately, with 2 down in quick succession on that line to 3 to 4 AB. The last stand as well, time penalties as well for Sally Karina Zweiner and Tornado, and unfortunately as a three-member team that all has to count. So after 2 riders it's 37 already for Austria.
Sally Karina Zweiner en Tornado en T. En dit was de laatste combinatie in het eerste gedeelte, dames en heren. Straks gaan we verder met het tweede gedeelte. Even een short break now. Spruce Meadows Prize.
So we're going to take a short break before we come back with the third and fourth rider rotation for each of our teams. At the moment, 5 teams. Belgium, Germany, Denmark, Switzerland and the Netherlands could finish on 0. Spain, Sweden, Great Britain, Italy, France, Czech Republic and Poland could all yet finish on 4. Unfortunately, Austria, we know the best possible score for them is 37. We'll be back to the action just after this short ground preparation break from the FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth of Zuidwolde in the Netherlands.
we gaan ons programma volgen, dames en heren, met de Spruce Meadows prijs. De Nations Cup, de Young Riders, de Jantje Broek Dekker Arena. Tweede gedeelte, second part, de Spruce Meadows Prize, de Nations Cup, de Young Riders. We gaan door met de derde combinaties. Voor Spanje nu de derde combinatie. En dat is Luarita Esquera, fellow van de kant Turano. The third competitor for Spain.
Welcome back to Zuidwolde as we continue with the Young Riders Nations Cup here this afternoon. Denmark so far with a 0 and a 4, so they are one of the 5 teams who, with a clear, which they now won't have unfortunately, would be looking for the 0 score. They'll have to count that, so Denmark drift out to a total of 4. Emily Mosegard Christensen and Svogergardens Enzo, the Danish warm blood, on course. Sounds like another one's gone with the Oxer in the middle of that long line. A part of the triple combination dance. There's a minimum of 3 down here for this pair. That'll be a bit of a blow to the Danish hopes here in our Nations Cup for the Young Riders.
In total 31 faults, including 3 time penalties for exceeding the time allowed, 76.82. Gaan door met Janelle Larsson uit Zweden en Jezebel van de Heks Toulonmal Artos Z, de veurtrijder voor Zweden.
Apologies for that. It was, of course, Lua Honorata Esquera and fellow for Spain. And that big score with the 3-time penalties as well. So potentially going to put to Spain, needing them to carry the 4 from Alex Codina-Leria that they already had, plus the 16 from Miguel Onrubia Garcia. So Spain on that total of 20. It was 28 plus 3 for Louis Honorata Esquera there for Spain. So Janelle Larsson, the number 3 for Sweden with Jezebel. Sweden, another of those teams to have 4 faults on the card minimum, as things currently are. Janelle might be about to give Sweden their first clear round of the afternoon here. Just 1 to go for the former Pony Championship rider, Rode horses here at Zuidwolde in 2019 at those youth championships, and they do come home clear. So Janelle Larsen and Jezebel are clear, and that keeps it possible for Sweden to go through to the second round on 4 faults.
1 foutloos. 1 clear for Sweden, 2 with 4 penalties. Great Britain now. It's FEI and Spider, the third rider for Great Britain.
FEI Sutton and Spider, the number 3 for Great Britain. Great Britain with 2 4-fault rounds so far, so they, like Sweden a moment ago, would be very, very keen to pick up a clear now from FEI. FEI jumped in the young horse and the 2-star Big Tour during the recent international in Hampshire in Great Britain at Wellington. Also jumped in the international this spring at Chepstow in Wales. And jumped a 4-star meter 55 Grand Prix with this horse at the tail end of the Spanish Sunshine Tour at Vejer this spring, but unfortunately the triple combination catches them out. So just the one down in the triple combination as she comes towards home. FEI Sutton and Spider will get inside the time, so it is 4 faults, but it's another 4 to be carried by Great Britain. They will go on to a team total of 8.
Spider. So we have 3 competitors with 4 penalty points for Great Britain. Maar door met België. België nou, Aurelia Kiezel en No Limit van het Legita halve set. Zangzijdig Vakte Mary, geboren in 2013, Nabab de Revenmaal, Berlin.
Belgium's No Limit. No Limit van het Legitahof and Aurelia Giesen. 2 Giesens on the team, taking the 3rd and 4th legs for Belgium here today in De Volden. There really is 8 faults here for Belgium. Unfortunately, undoes some of the good work from Mathieu Boudoudoui with the clear round earlier on. It means they will drift out to 4, picking up the 4 from Aaron Tijskens earlier on.
Penalty points, 72.33,
So Belgium drop off the list of teams that could potentially finish this round on a 0.
De derde combinatie voor België. We gaan door met de derde combinatie voor Italië. En dat is Filippo Jordan Pagan-Griso en Oro del Sol.
Italy's number 3, Filippo Jordan Pagan-Griso and Oro del Sole. Italian bred by Kidam de Revel for the number 3 here for Italy. And Italy need a clear from this rider in order to try and stay on the team total of 4. Filippo, who's just raced up into the top 50% of the world rankings in the last month or so. Jumped the Nations Cup Grand Prix at Lamprechtshausen, but there's another one caught out by the triple here in the first round. And that would have to be counted by Italy. Italy are going to be on a minimum of 8 faults after this round of jumping. And it is just a single rail for Filippo, Jordan Bagangriso and Oro del Sole, and it means that Italy drop down alongside Great Britain to be a team on 8 faults.
De derde combinatie voor Italië. De derde combinatie nu voor Frankrijk, Luci Martino. De derde combinatie in de Bronze Medals Prize. Nation Cup de Young Riders, Frankrijk, Frans.
Luci Martino, Brisbane Dessalines. France already with 2 4-faulters. They'd hope to discard one of them if they can get it clear here from Lucy. Final 2 lines coming up with the clear so far. Unfortunately, that last rail on the long line down for the pair that were in the Nations Cup squad at Compiègne and Gorle this year. Luci Martino and Brisbane Dessalines have time penalties as well, 4 for jumping, 2 for time. So it is 8 faults for the French team. So of the teams that after the second rider rotation were on 4, only Sweden have managed to stay there so far. Go on to Marie Flick and Ciro for Germany. Germany, one of the 4 teams now who could still finish on 0. Accommodation were in action for Germany last year at the European Championships in Spain. Jumped some of the 2-star shows in Germany, including Hagen, after Nations Cup duty at Gorle in April for Germany. Good round. Marie Flick and Ciro are clear, and Germany will stay in with the chance of being on a 0 score in the first round. Remember, there are just 8 places available in the second round, so these scores starting to become more and more important. If you can be on 0, of course, you're assured of being in the second round. Especially at the moment with a maximum of 4 teams who can finish on that score. At the moment, there are also a maximum of 4 teams who could finish on 4. This is one of those teams, the Czech Republic, so it could be that it's just 0s and 4s that come back, but we'll see what happens across the rest of the third and subsequent 4th rider rotation. So we already saw Oliver Pisarik earlier on. Adam Pisarik jumping for 4 at the moment. They have to carry that. So this would see the Czech Republic drift out to a minimum of 8. Danilo over the last. The time shouldn't be a problem. Are they going to leave this plank up? No, it goes. So it is 8 faults that must be added in. So it is going to be 12 for the Czech Republic.
99 results, Adam Pisarik and Danilo.
Well, that opens the door potentially for one of our 8-fault teams, Great Britain, Italy or France, and it would come down to times as to which of them got through if we just needed one of them to come forward as a team for the second round. So Emily Mosgaard Christensen and Sahav Gardens Enzo. Well, Denmark was another team hoping to maybe stay on the 0 score, but that 4 faults will have to go onto the scorecard for them. So Emily Mosgaard Christensen will be the discard scorer as things currently stand, with a total of 12 on the card. Some time penalties coming into play there as well. So, as I say, with the 4 faults from Frida Munch Larsen coming into play, Denmark now will become a team with the best possible score of 4. 2 teams in a row now to come up who could finish this round on 0. The next team could do so with their next rider. Cyril Schoens with Obama de Soufflet will be the 3rd rider for Switzerland. Cyril rode at the Youth Championships with this horse Obama in 2021 in Villamora. This year, together they were the Grand Prix winners of Compiègne. Obama and Cyril Schoens. The Swiss team on that occasion, they were top 5 at Compiègne, same as Zidovice in the Czech Republic. They were 3rd at the opening leg of the series in Centaur and 4th at Lamprechthausen in Austria. Oh my goodness, Cyril. It was so close to being an imperious 3 clear rounds already for Switzerland. It's no change to the best possible score. Switzerland could still say with the 0 score at the end of round 1.
Nederland nu de derde combinatie. Dat is Mansen-Thijssen met ruim de Joviality van Hengste Warantmal Silverstone.
So Germany and Switzerland confirmed going into the 4th rider rotation with the possibility of a 0 score. Can the Netherlands do the same? They could do with a clear to make that happen from Mans-Thijssen. Mans with Joviality. Mans, who's a younger brother to Sanne Thijssen, jumps clear. So good news for the home side. That dream is still alive. They could go through on the 0 score. Germany, Switzerland, the Netherlands, the only 3 teams who could potentially do that. And let's see whether this last team in the rotation can hold on to a 4-fault total for themselves. Lene Marozak and Getulon van der Rijtwenne. Poland looking for their first clear round, a 4 and an 8 so far. If they can discard the 8, they might have been able to stay on 4, but now they must have that 4 from Lene Marozak counted into their score. Lene rode World Cup meter 50 class with Getulon just at the beginning of the month on the Central European League. Unfortunately, a stop and disturbance there in the triple combination. So this is 12 faults already. So it means that from Poland's point of view, this will hopefully be their discard. They'll count the 4 from Mikolaj, the 8 from Natalia, and it will be a total of 12 best possible score for them after the 3rd rider rotation. So Poland drop away from the 4s. So top 6 places in our ranking. Germany, Switzerland, Netherlands on 0 going into the 4th rider rotation. Sweden, Belgium, Denmark on 4 each. And then it is the 8 fault teams, Great Britain, Italy, France. And as things currently stand, only 2 of those nations would be coming back for the 2nd round, and it would be based on time. This is turning into quite the cricket score, unfortunately, for the 3rd team rider for Poland.
32 strafpunten in het parcours, daar komen 8 bij voor
So ending up with the total of 40, Lene Marushak and Jetulon van der Rijtwenne.
Time penalties. For sealing the time allowed, results Lena Marushak en Jetulon van de Rijtwenne. Hebben we nu de derde combinaties gehad. We gaan over naar de laatste combinaties van de 13 landen in de Nations Cup, de Young Riders, om de Spruce Meadows Prize. Allereerst de laatste combinatie voor Oostenrijk. Voor Austria, Elisabeth Knaus. Met Cancun. Nakomeling van Katoki.
Last to go then for Austria. Austria just a 3-member team, so already on that team total of 37 after a disappointing round for Sally Karina Zweiner. This is Elisabeth Knaus and Cancun to wrap up the challenge for Austria here in our Young Rider Nations Cup at Zuidwolde. It would seem, unfortunately though, like Austria aren't going to make it through to our second round, sitting as the lowest ranked team at the moment. Elizabeth and Cancun rode at the championships, the youth championships in 2021 in Villamora. Oh, just touches the last, but it stays. That's actually a nice round of jumping. It's a shame that they weren't able to put it together as a 3-member team, but Elizabeth Knaus jumps the clear and keeps her team on 37 total for the first round of jumping here in this Nations Cup.
37 penalty points. We gaan door met Spanje. De laatste combinatie, de last competitor voor Spain, Diego Ramos Monero en Encantado.
Diego Ramos Manero is going to be the last rider for Spain. Spain at the moment on 20, so again, it would feel like their chance to get through to the second round has gone. But if Diego can jump clear and if they can stay on that score, unfortunately not. So with the discard score for this team being 31, any problems that Diego has pretty much from beginning to end will end up being added on to the team total. Diego was part of a Spanish team that won gold here at Zuidwolde in the Youth Championships in 2019. Encantado was his ride for last year's Youth Championships in Spain. And it's going to be just 4 faults. The time looks okay. Diego Ramos Manero will have 4 faults added to the Spanish team total, and that then is going to be 24 penalties.
4 strafpunten binnen de tijd, and that makes the total score for Spain at 24 penalty points. 24 strafpunten totaal voor Spanje. Zweden nu met Matilda Bolin en Domino van de Zuidhoeven voor Zweden.
Matilda Bolin. Matilda finishes her round on the 0 score for Sweden. Sweden will finish on a team total of 4. And that is guaranteed to go through to the second round. And Sweden, remember, came through on 4 and managed to hold on for a jump off, a 4-way jump off for the eventual win in the juniors this morning. But Sweden, the first team to book their ticket guaranteed to the second round. Well, let's see, Great Britain on 8, need to be to stay on 8 and indeed to have a pretty decent time to get through as things currently stand. Ava Vernon is going to ride the last leg for Great Britain here with us in Zuidwolde. Volney de Choc. Youth Championship individual medalist 2 years ago at Vila Moura in Portugal. And that is Great Britain's first clear of the day, and it comes at a useful moment to keep Great Britain on 8. So Great Britain finish on that team score of 8. We'll see who else finishes on it, but of course it is up in the air. The 3 teams could finish on 0. 3 teams could finish on 4, and 1 is confirmed, Sweden. And 3 teams could finish on 8, so that's 9 teams and only 8 places in the second round. So Great Britain's 8 faults, the fact that they are locked in on that score is very, very useful if we see some changes for some of the other teams. Now, a team that changed between Rider 2, Rider 3, down from 0 to 4 was Belgium. Belgium's anchor leg will be ridden by Tristan Guisson, Naturel van het Legietehof. Discard at the moment is the 8 fault scored by Aurélia Guisson as the third line rider. Just the 1 clear round for Belgium so far, Mathieu Bododoui. Tristan Guisson and Naturel van het Legietehof, they jump clear, and that is going to keep Belgium on the 4 fault score.
The fourth rider for Belgium, Tristan Guisson and Naturel van het Legietehof set.
And that will confirm Belgium's place in the second round. Sweden and Belgium know that they are going through, and they both bring forward just 4 faults.
4 penalty points for Belgium. We gaan door met Italië. De laatste combinatie, Giulia Mattioli.
Italy, one of the teams on 4. If there are problems now for Giulia Mattioli with Amelou de Liam, then it would open the door for Great Britain and France to go through on 8 faults. As long as there are 9 teams on 8 or better, then we're into calculating times to try and see which will be our teams for the second round. Julia and Amelou de Liam keep the dream alive. Italy could go through to the second round. They are also going to be a team on 8 faults.
70 points at 24, and that makes the total score of 8 penalties for Italy. En daarmee een totaal van 8 strafpunten voor het team.
More and more clears coming in now, with Italy delivering their first clear. Belgium had 2. Great Britain had their first clear this time around. Sweden have 2 clears. Austria with the single clear round as well. So France now. France are in exactly the same situation as Italy. They need a clear from Mathis Valat, Mathis and Elliot Majescule in order to try and secure their place in the second round. Great Britain and Italy secure on 8 faults. And if France, they don't get the clear, so that could make the mathematics a little easier. Just being shown France's time as well, because that was going to start to come into play. But actually now we can confirm France's team score, because they will use the 4 from Baptiste, 4 from Liana, and the 6 from Lucie Martineau in this round to be on a total of 14. So they fall right out of it, I'm afraid. And it also just means that maybe there's hope, maybe, for the Czech Republic and Poland on their scores of 12. We've yet to see the 4th rider for either Poland or the Czech Republic to try and see whether they can bring home the 12. Matthias Valat is the discard score, with the 8 jumping penalties anyway, the 3 for time making little difference. It is a team total of 14 for France, with the 11 for Mathis Valat and Elliot Majescule being the discard.
And that makes the total score for France at 14 penalty points. Vierde combinatie nu voor Duitsland met Glanimo's girl, Mick Hounhorst, Germany.
So of the 3 teams who could still finish on 0 out of this round, here is the last rider for Germany, Mick Hounhorst. Mick with Clarimo's girl. Germany, Switzerland, the Netherlands could all finish this round on 0. Switzerland looking so strong, so close to already being assured of the 0 score going forward, with Cyril Scharnhorst just having the last rail down the plank after the open water. Mick Hounhorst here, and Clarimo's girl still on 0 through the triple combination. Balances down to those dark green rails, actually a little bit more readable just as the sun has gone in, rather than the deep shade they were in when the sun was out. Mick and Clarimo's girl clear the water, clear the last, clear the time. So Germany will go forward on 0. Magnus Schmidt, Marie Flick and Mick Hounhorst delivering the clear rounds for the Germans here. So the first of the teams who could progress on 0 do so. So Germany, Sweden, Belgium, the teams currently confirmed for the second round.
And I will be famous.
Czech Republic. If Czech Republic can get a clear round here, they'd be on 12 and they'd be the next best team. In case there is a complete disintegration of one of the teams currently looking to finish on 0 or 4. So the Czech Republic trying to nail down a total of 12. Teresa Svobodova and I will be famous. Well, we're able to confirm the Czech score then. 2 8s already in the clubhouse and a 4. So it is going to be a first round total of 20 for the Czech team. And Teresa Svobodova, is she going to come home with the 8 in her own right? It will be 8+1. Time faults as well for Teresa Svobodova, and I will be famous, and I think that is going to leave the Czech Republic on the sidelines for the second round of jumping here today.
Including one time penalty, 74.28. And that makes the total score at 20 penalty points. Czech Republic. Totaal 20 strafpunten in de eerste ronde. Denemarken nu met Maria Barnewitschu en Chandler.
On to Denmark. Denmark hoping to join Sweden and Belgium going forward to the second round on a total of 4. For Denmark to progress on 4. They do need a clear here from Maria Bernevitskau. Good time to deliver a clear if it's going to be. Maria Barnevitskau and Chandler clear the last. Huge reaction there as Denmark will have a 5-point total. That is tricky. Denmark could have gone forward level pegging with Sweden and Belgium and just a single rail behind the top teams, of which we know Germany will be at least one team going forward on 0. But instead, Denmark now on 5. That single time fault putting them at odds with the rest of the field. So they can't even be competitive should one of the top teams end up dropping a rail and coming into contention with the 4s. Denmark's score of 5 just leaves them that step out. Well, are Switzerland going to go through on a 0? So close to already being on 0, as you said. Cyrielle Chenoz with a very, very last down after a nice round of jumping. So Thibaut Keller has it all to do here with Badaboom 1. Either way, Switzerland are going through. If Thibaut has a rail, and Thibaut does have a rail, Switzerland will go forward on 4. So that means that Germany could only be matched now by the Netherlands for the 0 score going into the second round. Thibaut becomes the drop score for Switzerland with a second rail on course. Well, I think Thibaut just going to call it a day. He can't improve their score or their position. They will go through to the second round anyway on a total of 4. So on this occasion, Badaboom 1 and Thibaut Keller electing to retire.
De laatste combinatie voor Nederland. Dat is Iris Michals met Isaac van de hengst nummer 1, Korland.
Last to go for the Netherlands, Iris Michels with Isaac. Lovely clears from Fleur Holloman and Mans Tyson so far. And a clear here from Iris will put the Netherlands through on a 0 score alongside Germany. So 4 faults counts straight away. Netherlands would still go through on 4. Germany, though, now know that they will be the only team on 0 in the second round. Great Britain and Italy's 8 faults also looking set to come back. And Iris, if things stay as they are, the Netherlands on 4 will come back. And if Iris was to have another rail, the Netherlands on 8 would come back. Oh, not the noise you wanted to hear at the last. So it is 5.
Voor de tijd, 5 totaal. In total 5 volts, 74.60. 1 for the time.
So the Netherlands and Denmark are both going to be on that 5 faults coming back. Germany is to say the only team on 0. 3 teams on 4, Sweden, Belgium, Switzerland. 2 teams now on 5, Denmark, the Netherlands, and Great Britain and Italy. They will be our 8 teams coming back, Great Britain and Italy on their 8 faults. Qualify for the second round, so Poland just have to see now how close they would have been. If they jump clear now, Maximilian Parkitny, Maximilian and Ferrari K, if they jump clear, Poland will finish 9th in this Nations Cup. And if they do have a rail, it will be France who finish 9th. So with a 40 fault round for Lena Mareczak as the number 3 rider, all of these faults going onto the Polish scorecard. They're up to 20 faults, equal with the Czech Republic. So France's 14 faults is the score that finishes 9th in this Young Rider Nations Cup. Yeah, foot in the water as well, so 12. Team total of 24, the same as Spain. So France in 9th, the Czech Republic 10th, Spain and Poland in equal 11th, and then rounding out our 13 teams will be the score for Austria.
De 8 beste teams die plaatsen zich voor de tweede ronde. The 8 best teams are qualified for the second round.
The teams qualified for
will start at 18.40 om 20 voor 7 de tweede ronde.
The 8 teams coming back to us are going to be Great Britain and Italy on 8 faults, Denmark and the Netherlands on 5, Sweden, Belgium, Switzerland on 4, and Germany, the only team coming back on 0. We're going to be jumping now the individual Young Rider Big Tour horses, and then we will return for the second round. Those 8 teams coming back to us for the second round of jumping in the Spruce Meadows sponsored Young Riders Nations Cup here in the Jantje Broek Dekker Arena of Zuidwolde in the Netherlands for the FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth.
beste teams, dames en heren, die is hier straks in de ontknoping in de tweede ronde, de Nations Cup, de Young Riders. En dit zal ook de startvolgorde zijn van de landen in de tweede ronde. Allereerst Italië, dan Groot-Brittannië, als derde Nederland, als vierde Denemarken. Dan gaan we door met België, gevolgd door Zwitserland, Zweden en dan als laatste al mogen starten Duitsland. The 8 best teams who is qualified for the second round. It's also the starting order. At first Italy, then Great Britain, the third the Netherlands, then at fourth Denmark, at fifth Belgium, then Switzerland, seventh Sweden, and then at last Germany. En we gaan het parcours nog even vrijgeven voor verkenning. Arena is open for inspection. Mocht er deelnemers zijn die het parcours willen verkennen, Arena is open for inspection for the competition against the clock. De stal Wievening Prize. arena is open for inspection. Parcours can't forget worden voor de in-between. Competition against the clock, de stal Wiefering prijs. Over enkele ogenblikken 22 combinaties, dames en heren, in de in-between. De competition against the clock, de time allowed 74 seconds. De stal Wiefering prijs. De openingstune, de stal Wiefering prijs, competition against the clock. 22 combinaties, 22 competitors om de stal Wiefering prijs. One moment please. De eerste combinatie, de first competitor, stal Wiefering prijs. Competition against the clock in de Jantjebroek Liquor Arena for Italy. Chiara Coppo en Betty de Vorival. The first competitor, time allowed 74 seconds. William voor deze coördinatie een vol uitsluiting. Eliminated number 1 om de stal Wifrik Prize, Chiara Coppal. Ga door met Aurora Gardno van Italië met Contento. Veertiende strafpunten erbij voor de tijd. 8 in het parcours en daarmee komen we op een totaal van 22 strafpunten. In total 22 faults, including time penalties. Waar zwaar je nu? Reynaldo Vasquez en Lasse Bartas Z. En dat is de tweede horseman, de second reversal, eliminated. Irene Alonso Vasquez voor Spain. De tweede horseman, uitsluiting. We gaan door met de Zweden, met Philip Switzer en Exclusive van Henk Tichel, Mal Lancelot. En we noteren 8 strafpunten, 73/100ste seconde, 8 penalty points, 73.01. Results for Sweden, Philip Zwitserland exclusive. Duitsland nu met Mikael Vallenberg, solitair van Henk Salito. Germany, Mika Vallenberg. ...24 strafpunten in het parcours. Daar komen 10 bij voor de tijdtalverschrijding. In total 34 faults, including 10 time penalties for exceeding the time allowed. Mika Vallenberg en solitair. Voor Spanje nu Sofia Morena Rodriguez en Tinka de Revel van Henk Tinka Boys. Quiram de Revel, Spain. Ja, als uitsluiting voor de Spaanse Amazone Sofia Morena Rodriguez. We gaan door met Zwitserland, Michel Haap en de Jesso van het Steenpaal. Koning van Cornet Sternmal, Toulon. We noteren 8 strafpunten in het parcours 1 erbij voor de tijdafscheiding. 74/700ste seconde de tijd. 9 faults, including one time penalty for exceeding the time allowed. Michelle Haap en Jassou van het steekpaal. It's the second position so far. In the lead, Philippe Switzer en Exclusive. 8 penalty points, 73.01. We gaan door met Sandra Rosenhagen en Cubit. Nakoppeling van de San Pandriano Corrado, Noorwegen. En de laatste ook voor de combinatie uit Noorwegen uitsluiting. Sandra Rosenhagen en Cubit. Eliminated number 740. We gaan door met Alexander Rumo uit Frankrijk. En Dragonboy Rieke van Hengst, vagebond de Lapop. Wel foutloos, maar de tijd is 75 rond. One time penalty for exceeding the time allowed, 75 seconds. Maar daarmee aan de leiding, in de lead, one time penalty. Josipa Koletic en de volgende combinatie met blow-up de Manuel. Van Hengst de Diamant de Simile. 8 strafpunten, 72-99, 8 penalty points, 72.99. It's the second position so far. Tweede plaats op dit moment voor Josipa Koletschik en Blow Up de Manuel. Voor Nederland nu, Yannick Jansen van Grunsven. Nummer 11 van de startlijst om de stal Wieferink Prijs. In de lead Alexander Ruan. One time penalty. Yannick Jansen van Grunsven nu, de Netherlands. Ja, al foutloos, maar tijd 75-29, two time penalties for exceeding the time allowed, 75.29. It's the second position so far. Yannick Jansen van Grunsven. Tweede plaats op dit moment. Victor Plas uit België met Darwin Set van de engste diamant de Simile. ...16 strafpunten in het parcours, 4 erbij voor de tijd, 20 totaal, in totaal 20 faults, including time penalties, 77.78, Victor Plas en Darwin Set. Groot-Brittannië nu met Sophia Kelly en Harinde van Hengsten Tornish. We noteren 8 strafpunten, 73 900ste seconde de tijd, 8 penalty points, 73.09. It's the 5th position so far, Sophia Kelly and Hardin Daha. Still in the lead with 1 time penalty, Alexander Rumon and the Dragon Bardik. De tweede plaats, 2nd position, Yannick Jansen van Grunsven. 3rd position, Josipa Kolecik. En de 4th position voor Philip Switzer. We gaan door met de Nederlandse deelnemer Marten Eiland. Rijdt hier Kaida CM van Hengst Kananmal in Doctrouw, de Netherlands. Een gemaakte springfout in het parcours, 4 strafpunten, 71 2800ste seconde de tijd. Marten Eiland en Kaida CM voor penalty points, 71.28. En daarmee gaat Marten voorlopig naar de 3e plaats. De Staal Wievening Prize, 3rd position voor Marten Eiland. Still in the lead, Alexander Remo, Frankrijk. 1 time penalty, 65 seconds. Stijn Testers, de volgende combinatie met Geronimo, Sambesi TN, Mermes R. Twaalf strafpunten, 72-40, 12 penalty points, 72.40. Results Stijn Testers en Geronimo. We gaan verder met Duitsland met Anna Jurisch en Jack Stani van Hengst Diakontinesmal Levistan voor Germany. 4 strafpunten in het parcours, 2 erbij voor de tijd, 75-53 seconden. In total 6 penalty points, including 2 time penalties. Anna Jiris en Dagstani. Nederland Samson en nu Sky Morsinkhoff met J. Virginia Blue. De ben ik geboren in 2011, nakomeling van VDL Sirocco Blue, Ora mee. Ja, we hebben de eerste foutloze combinatie. Sky Morsinkhoff en J. Virginia Blue. Clearance 68.84 in the lead now. Aan de leiding de Nederlandse Amazone Sky Morsinkhoff, J. Virginia Blue. De eerste foutloze combinatie aan de leiding om de stal Wiefering Prize. 5 combinaties nog, dan de prijsuitreiking. 5 to go, then the prize giving ceremony. Maridiana Mikhalkova, Czech Republic. Met Human League. ...16 strafpunten in het parcours, 1 erbij voor de tijd, 17 totaal, 74-49 seconden. Resultaat voor Mariana Mikhalkova uit Tsjechië. Hongarije nu met Alice Alasic en Hold It Against Me van Hengst Jacko Blue. 4 combinaties nog, 4 to go, then the prize giving ceremony, and we expect the 6 highest places for the prize giving ceremony. In the lead, the Netherlands Sky Morsinkhoff. 8 strafpunten in het parcours, 4 erbij voor de tijd. 12 totaal, 77 dertighonderdste seconde. In total 60 volts, including 4 time penalties. Results Mariana Herstel Alastics Hongarije. 3 combinaties nog. De 6 hoogst geplaatst straks voor de prijsuitreiking. Still in the lead, Sky Morsikov. Clearance 68.84. Second place now, Alexander Remel. Third position, Yannick Jansen van Grinsven. The fourth position, Mart Eiland. Fifth position, Anna Juris. En de sixth position, Josipa Korletzik. Italië nu met Laura Nicole Boni en Mokka, number 20. Vier strafpunten, 73-75. 4 penalty points, 73.75. Results Laura Nicole Boni en Mokka. 2 combinaties, 2 to go, then the prize giving ceremony. Sky Morsikov aan de leiding, Alexander Remel second, Yannick Jansen van Glensen third place. Fourth place, Mart Eiland. Please prepare for the prize giving ceremony. Voor Denemarken nu, Linnea Zeemetsen en Medina. Twee gemaakte springfouten in het parcours, 8 strafpunten, 71 dertighonderdste seconde, 8 penalty points, 71.30. Laatste combinatie, de last competitor, die het klassement kan veranderen. Nederland aan de leiding met Sky Morsikov en J. Fortino Blue. Time to beat, 68.84. Laatste combinatie nu, Benjamin Clark, Great Britain. Marika van de Helle. 8 strafpunten in het parcours, 1 erbij voor de tijd. 9 total, including one time penalty, 74.52 seconds. Results Benjamin Clark en Barika van de Helle. En dit was de laatste combinatie. De overwinning is gegaan naar Nederland, naar Sky Morsikoff, Gino Blue. Graag opstellen wij de ringmeester voor de prijsgiving ceremony. We expect Sky Morsikoff, Alexander Rumal, Jannik Jansen van Grunsven, Mart Eiland, Laura Nicole Boni en Anna Juris. Tien voor 7, dames en heren. Dan gaan we ons programma volgen met de ontknoping in de tweede ronde, de Nations Cup, de Young Riders. The second round, the Young Riders will start at 18.50. hoogst geplaatste, dames en heren, de stal Wieverink Prize, de in-between. En we hebben een overwinning in deze rubriek. We hebben één foutloze combinatie met die tijd van 68-84. Uw applaus voor Nederland. Sky Morsikov. The winner of the stal Wieverink Prize, 68.84, clear, Sky Morsikov en J. Gino Blue. Namens de internationale jury, de heer Leo Joosten, brengt de felicitaties over aan Sky Morsikov en J. Gino Blue. Namens de organisatie, met die mooie stalplaat, mevrouw Ingrid Snijders. De tweede plaats, dames en heren, ook uw applaus voor de combinatie uit Frankrijk. Frans, Alexander Renaud. One time penalty, 75 seconds. De derde plaats in de stal Wieverink Prize voor Nederland, Yannick Jansen van Grunsen. Vierde plaats in de in-between, Nederland, Kaida CM, Mart Eiland. Vijfde plaats voor Laura Nicole Boni uit Italië. De zesde plaats voor Anna Giris Jakstani. Maar een Nederlandse overwinning in de in-between, de stal Wieverink Prize. Sky Morsikov, J. Gino Blue. En we zien dat de prijzen zijn uitgereikt. Felicitaties van deze kant. Sky, aan jou de ereronde. En van u het applaus. En als ze voorbij komen, handen op elkaar. Give them a big hand. Sky Morsikov. Sky Morsikov, de Netherlands. Alexander Renaud. Yannick Jansen van Grunsven. Mart Eiland. Laura Nicole Boni. Anna Juritz. Nogmaals proficiat aan Sky Morsikov. Nogmaals onze dank aan stal Wieverink. 18.50. Over 10 minuten dan gaan we aanvang nemen met de ontknoping. De Nations Cup, de Young Riders. The second round will start at 18.50. Over enkele ogenblikken, dames en heren, gaan we aanvang nemen met de tweede ronde, de second round of the Spruce Meadows Prize. De 8 beste teams vanuit de eerste ronde hebben zich geplaatst voor de tweede ronde. En we beginnen straks met Italië, dan Groot-Brittannië, Nederland, Denemarken, België, Zwitserland, Zweden en dan als laatste Duitsland. The starting order in the second round: Italy, Great Britain, Netherlands, Denmark, Belgium, Switzerland, Sweden, Germany. Second round Nations Cup Young Riders. 8 teams: Italië, Groot-Brittannië, Nederland, Denemarken, België, Zwitserland, Zweden en Duitsland. De eerste combinatie komt eraan.
Welcome back to Zuidwolde for the second round of our final Nations Cup of the weekend here at the FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth Meeting of the Netherlands. 8 teams come back for the second round of the Young Riders Meter 45 Nations Cup. Italy and Great Britain both bringing back 8 faults. Netherlands and Denmark on 5 faults each. Belgium, Switzerland, Sweden are the 3 teams on 4, and just 1 team bringing back 0, and that is the team from Germany.
First competitor for Italy, chef d'équipe Marco Benjomi, the rider Martina Ferrari.
Martina Ferrari is going to lead us off for Italy. Italy looking for their first win of the season, and it's not out with the realms of the possibility. There's just 2 fences covering the whole field here going into the second round. And once again, the discard score going to come into play. The discard score in round 1 was Martina with Alonco Hero. They actually did jump around for 1 down. They also had 3 for time. Italy were 4th place in the Nations Cup at Zuidwolde, and this pair were top 10 in the final Meter 45 Nations Cup Grand Prix. Come back jumping exactly the same track again. Unfortunately, it's going to be 4 faults so far, once again, for Martina. Two teams coming forward on 5 as a result of time faults as well, so that's going to be quite interesting to see how that stacks up. Made quite a big difference in the juniors earlier on in Nations Cup. Martina with that big red and white oxer down on the way with that line that starts at the wall. Coming around to the final line on course now from the open water to this big plank. and 72.85 on the clock, so just inside the time. So 8 faults for the number 1 to go, Alonco Hero for Italy and Martina Ferrari. No change to the team score though, still 8 at the moment until we get into the situation of having a second score so we know which is liable to be the initial discard. Isaac Kettridge and Galerius, the number 1 for Great Britain. Great Britain who won the juniors earlier on in that jump off on 0 over 3 rounds. Galerius, Diamantesemi horse for this rider who's jumping consistently. The meter 35, meter 45 tour at 4-star shows like Montefalco. He's ridden the World Young Horse Championships at Lanarken as well. He's top 10 in the Grand Prix at Compiègne. And with Galerius third with the British team in the Nations Cup. Isaac, unfortunately, with 1 down at the moment, matching his first round score. And over the plank, 71.99, so they're all right on the time, but it is 4 faults for the first to go for Great Britain.
Isaac Kettridge en Galerius. 4 strafpunten binnen de tijd. We gaan door met de eerste combinatie voor Nederland. En dat is Alke Veenstra. Rijdt hier de merrie Jorlineke. Nakomeling van Star Power numero 1. First competitor for
Alke Veenstra is going to be the first for the Netherlands. Jorlineke. The Netherlands were this year top 5 at Centaur in Belgium, the first leg of what will be a 10-strong season of FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth Series. Jumping a lot in recent months at Centaur and also at Kronenberg, Pijlbergen. During their recent 3-star Nations Cup, Longines EEF Nations Cup show, Pijlbergen. Kronenberg is going to play host to the Nations Cup finals once again for the youth teams. And this will be Alke's first Nations Cup of the season for the Netherlands, with legs of this series still to come at Hagen and also at Zurich in Switzerland before the summer is up and we know the teams going forward to those finals. And what the final standings will be of the series as well for the young riders. Having had 2 down in the first round, this is a great improvement here for Alke Veenstra. Unfortunately, just throws it all a little bit at the last. It goes down, so it's 4 faults. Having been 8 faults in the first round in the discard, Alke Veenstra this time just have the very last down for a total of 4.
Denemarken nu met Frederik Vensholt en Univers. Valens de Muse, the first rider for Denmark.
So Denmark bringing forward a total of 5, the same as the Netherlands. Denmark, the series leaders for young riders, 2nd at Drammen, 3rd at Zuidwolde in the Czech Republic, 4th at Samarin in Slovakia. Frederik Vensholt was clear in the first round and comes back now to try and be double clear with Univers. Top 10 in the Young Riders Grand Prix at Zuidwolde. And jumped on the Nations Cup team with Univers. Actually, Grand Prix was with the other horse, Dalvaro W. B element of that double is down, so Frederik Vensholt won't be double clear in this Nations Cup. And it keeps our two teams bringing forward the 5-fault score, level pegging so far. Frederick, though, puts Denmark slightly on the back foot in comparison to the Netherlands with a second down inside the triple combination line. Final line on the 8 for the number 1 to go for the Danish team here in the second round. Clear out over the plank. Great support from the Danes. Always big cheers, whatever the score is. It's 8 faults for Frederik Vensholt and Inivers here.
De first rider, Frederik Vensholt, Inivers. De eerste 4 combinaties gehad in de tweede ronde. We gaan door met België. En wel met Aaron Thijskens. Rijdt hier Hurricane.
For Belgium, a rider who has been on pony championship teams but has yet to be on a horse championship team, but is ranked inside the world's top third of riders, actually just outside the world's top 750. The number 1 for Belgium will be Aaron Thijskens and Hurricane. Belgium, the first of 3 teams bringing forward a score of 4. Part of the Nations Cup team when Belgium was second in Compiègne, top 10 in the Grand Prix at the weekend of that show as well. Watching the clock, 73 seconds the time allowed. Ah, it must be 74, sorry. So it is clear for Aaron Thijskens and Hurricane.
Clear out in time. Aaron Thijskens and Hurricane, the first competitor for Belgium in the second round. Switzerland, Leon Pierre met Verona VZ, de aankoming van Verdi TN Mancumano.
So Belgium often running on a 0 score here in the second round. 2 more teams bringing forward the first round total of 4. Here is Switzerland, Verona VZ. Switzerland very nearly had the 0 score going into the second round nailed down after 3 riders, with Cyril Chaunos unfortunately just having the very, very last, the plank down. Leon still on the 0, coming down through the triple combination line. Could be our first double clear. Rider who's been a Grand Prix winner, ridden 16 times on Nations Cups in his career for Switzerland, and another rider actually inside the world's top 750. Rode this horse last 2 years running actually at the Youth Championships. So unfortunately it is 4 faults this time around, so no double clear for Leon Pierre and Verona for Switzerland. So Belgium with the best start so far, the only clear out of the first line riders. Let's see what we get from our number 1 to go for Sweden. Sweden are also a team that brings forward 4 faults. Joel Torstensen and Joker EK by I'm Special de Muse. Jumping some of the Toscana Tour recently down in Spain, including the Longines World Ranking Final Grand Prix. Meter 45 4-star. So this morning in the juniors, the course designer did elect to adjust some of the fences. He made 2 of the oxes wider, 2 of the verticals higher in the second round. But no such changes coming through for our second round today. That green ox, which I thought would go a little bit more in the first round. Actually, it's because of this late afternoon sun, it's starting to make the shade more defined down there, and it really does sit under the shadow of the trees. So Joel Torstensen is an 8-fault round. So of our 3 teams on 4, Belgium got a 0, Switzerland got a 4, Sweden got an 8. None of those scores affect things just yet.
Ga door met Duitsland, Germany now, Magnus Schmidt and Miss Baloo.
Magnus Schmidt and the grey Miss Baloo. Magnus also looking to be double clear. Germany, the only team to come forward on a first round total of 0. Only European Championship experience for Magnus so far has been the ponies. Jumping some good competitions recently at Riesenbeck, right the way through to the 2-star senior meter 45 Grand Prix, which would have been a world ranking class at Riesenbeck. Coming around to make it our first double clear and to keep Germany leading this competition. Yep, no change whatsoever to the German score, with a double clear there for Miss Baloo and Magnus Schmidt. That is double clear #1 of the Young Riders Nations Cup here at Zuidwolde.
In de tweede ronde. We hebben nu de eerste combinaties gehad. We gaan naar de tweede combinaties van de 8 landen. Now the second riders of the 8 teams. The Spurs Meadows Prize.
So on to the second rider rotation. Martina Simoni. Martina with Cashgon.
Van Hengst Cavachon.
Martina was a counting score with 4 faults in the first round, contributing to the 8-fault total that Italy brings forward. Last time on an Italian team at the championships was here in Zuidwolde back in 2019. Jumping some home internationals at Montefalco over recent weeks since the show at Zuidwolde. Italy placed 4th in the Nations Cup at Zuidwolde, and Martina Simoni was on the team then with Cashgon. You really need a clear here to stay on their first round total of 8. Their first rider wasn't able to deliver a clear. And Martina Simoni, 72.26, she is clear. Martina and Cashgon clear for Italy, and it is still therefore the door open for them to stay on 8 faults. And that's the sort of jumping you want. You want maybe, if you've had a disappointing or unlucky rail or 2 in the first round, to be coming back in the second round, tidying that up into the 0 score and that could prove valuable for Italy if a few more of their riders can do it as well, because 8 faults is just 2 poles away from Germany, and Germany went without error in the first round. Jessica Hewlett, Ilmar HBC. Jessica was the winner of the Nations Cup Grand Prix at Lamprechtshausen this year. Great Britain were also second in that leg of the Nations Cup series. Jessica, unfortunately, not going to be clear here. So it's 4, so it means that Great Britain's score grows. They carry Isaac Kettridge's 4 faults, and they're on a minimum now of 12. On the final line, just going to be over the 70 seconds. Jessica Hewlett and Ilmar HBC. With the single rail, it is 4 faults, and say it means that it is a team total of 12 for Great Britain as they carry on through the competition. So Great Britain falling behind Italy after 2 riders of the second round.
De tweede combinatie Nederland nu. En dat is dames en heren Fleur Holleman. Attack to Houtbrei. The second rider for the Netherlands.
Fleur Holleman, Katak de Houtbrei. Fleur, the second rider for the Netherlands here. Fleur could pick up a double clear as well, having been one of the Netherlands clears in the first round. Actually, it was a good while in which the Netherlands might have been coming forward to this second round on 0. It all came down to the final rider. And that refusal at the B element results in an unseating for Fleur. So that is elimination for the number 2 for the Netherlands. It means they will have all 3 scores that they do post from Mans Tyson and Iris Michels to count. But Oke Finstra's 4 faults has to be counted now. So that is going to put them onto a 9 fault total.
Nou, we zullen jammer voor de Amsterdam Fleur Holleman. De tweede combinatie voor Nederland. De Netherlands. We gaan door met Denemarken. En wel met Frida Munk-Lassen. Rijdt hier Valerie Ask van Hengst Larry Marman. Quid Capital. The second rider for Denmark.
Frida Munk-Lassen with Valerie Ask. So Denmark also on that score of 5. So if they can have a 0 score now from Frida, they would just nudge out in front of the Netherlands. The Netherlands also have fallen behind Italy's score as things currently stand. Valerie and Frida at the Youth Championships in Oliver last year, jumping some of the spring shows at Herning in Denmark, the site of last summer's Senior World Championships. It's actually Frida's first Nations Cup of the year, but they did jump last year at the Nations Cup finals at Paleberg, and now Frida has had a stop and a disturbance over there in the corner of the ring. So 4 faults and probably time faults when we get there as well for Frida and Valerie. We get that fence reset. But if Frida can come home with only the 4, then Denmark and the Netherlands will be level pegging again, but level pegging on 9. It will mean Italy moves up. So back on track for Frida and Valerie. This will be 6 seconds added into the time. So that is going to make it a real challenge to be inside the time allowed here. The question is, will they bring home a total of more than or less than 8? Because Frederik Fensholt has posted an 8-fault score for Denmark. That's a question just of which of these first 2 scores will be counted and added to the first round total of 5. So it is actually going to be the 8 that goes on to the score. It is 11 picked up by Frida Munk Larsen and Valerie Ask. So with a total of 13, Denmark dropped to last on our ranking at the moment. Italy up into 5th on 8. Behind them, the Netherlands on 9, Great Britain on 12, Denmark on 13.
The second rider for Belgium.
A rider who had a very nice clear round in the first round, Mathieu Baudouin, with Oscar Diomage. Belgium already with 1 clear under their belts in this round. We've seen how the 8-faulters and the 5-faulters have been split as we go through the second round, second line of riders. There are 3 teams bringing forward 4 faults. They'd be pleased to see a split come in as well. There's another rider from just outside the world's top 750, which is an impressive achievement for some of these young riders, not yet really jumping in a lot of Longines world ranking classes. And Mathieu Baudouin could be our second double clear of the day. So Belgium still on the 4-fault total, all picked up in the first round thanks to 2 clears so far. Aaron Tijskens and Mathieu Baudouin, and Mathieu Baudouin is our second double clear of the afternoon.
In de tweede ronde, België. 2 clear in the second round, Belgium. Switzerland now with Chirel Chanos and Obama de Chauvelet for Switzerland.
Another rider who could pick up a clear round, it's Linus Hanselman. Linus and Ibiza.
Linus Hanselman, Ibiza, special debut.
The first is down, so that suddenly means that Switzerland are on a team total of 8. They will carry Leon Pierre's 4 faults added to the 4 from the first round, and we wait and see what score Linus Hanselman will eventually post. It's going to be a minimum of 8 now. Linus with the Swiss team in Zuidwolde this year. Top 5 finish for Switzerland there, helping them to 3rd place on our standings. They were the runners-up the first leg of the season. Centaur, 4th at Lamprechthuizen, 5th at Zuidwolde, and then 5th also at Compiègne. Linus, in his own right, top 10 in the Meter 45 Nations Cup Grand Prix at Zuidwolde in the Czech Republic. But it's 8 faults today for Linus Hanselman and Ibiza. As I say, the Swiss will hope that that could be their discard score, but all in all, they still have a minimum of 8 faults out of this round.
8 penalty points, Linus Hanselman, Ibiza, Switzerland. So we have now for Switzerland 1 with 4 penalties, 1 with 8 penalties. We gaan door met Zweden, Josephine Alson en All I Got Is You.
Josephine Olsen, All I Got Is You for Sweden, second rider for the Swedish team. Say Belgium still on 4, but Switzerland have dropped back to 8. What are Sweden going to do? Well, it is a minimum of 8 for them. They will be counting that for their discard. They will hope remains Joel Torstensen's 8 faults as number 1 rider. But we just hear the second rail go. So it is going to be 12 for Sweden. That is confirmed because we have the 8 faults already in the clubhouse from Joel Torstensen and the 4 from the first round. And Josephine Olsen's 8, or potentially more, as she's still on course, would look to be the discard score. So out of our group of teams on 4 faults after the first round, Belgium stay on 4, Switzerland on 8, they drop back alongside Italy, and Sweden now on a score of 12, so they fall behind Italy and Switzerland on their 8 faults. They also fall behind the Netherlands on 9 and join Great Britain on that total of 12 after 2 riders. Tim Korte, All I Need. Following All I Got Is You is All I Need. And it's 4 faults. Doesn't yet have to go onto the score because of the 0 picked up by Magnus Schmidt. But not the round they were hoping for. Tim Korte, who was the discard in first round as well, on 14. Having that big fence by the in-gate as well. And the red and white ox are going across the ring, so it's a 12-fault round at the moment from Tim. Say, was the discard score the last time, but hasn't really been able to come back and massively improve the score and be a little bit more used to the team this time around. It's time faults as well. 16 for jumping and 2 for time. It is 18 for Tim Korte and All I Need.
18 penalties, including 2 time penalties, 75.35 seconds. De second rider voor Germany, Tim Korte en All I Need. We gaan naar de derde combinaties toe. De third riders now, of the 8 teams. The Spruce Meadows Prize. The third rider for Italy, Filippo Jordan Pajan Grisal and Oro del Sol. Italy.
So back to the top of the order, but the team now for Italy, much better placed. Sitting equal third, in fact, on 8 faults if they can stay there, as Filippo Jordan Pagan Griso and Oro del Sole take to the track. It was on the Italian team that were 5th at Lamprechtshausen at the beginning of last month. Just the single rail in the first round, and a clear this time around from the young Italian will keep Italy in a position to maybe be on the podium here. In Zuidwolde, no, the rail goes and it has to be counted. Question is, will it be just 4? No, a plumb swim through the water, let alone just a foot in it. So it is 8 faults for Oro del Sole and Filippo Jordan Bagangriso. And suddenly, now the Italians on a team total of 16. They drop back to the back of the pack.
Italy, the third rider, 8 penalty. Great Britain, FEI Sutton now with the Spider.
FEI Sutton, Spider. And number 3 for Great Britain. Great Britain, after 2 riders, have a best possible score of 12. .12 is the 4th best score as things currently stand. So if Great Britain could stay there, it could still put the pressure on the leaders. It could still end up being a podium placing. You would think it's perhaps unlikely for Germany to lose as many as 3 or more poles. But just the nature of Nations Cup show jumping, with it being this tight coming forward from the first round like it was in the juniors as well, like it has been in all 4 of our Nations Cups actually here in Zuidwolde, it's worth continuing to fight right the way through. Down to these dark rails under the tree. FEI Sutton, Spider. 2 away from being Great Britain's first clear round of the second round. Yep, and keeps them right in the hunt. So still 12 on offer for Great Britain, with FEI Sutton and Spider delivering a clear. If Eva Vernon and Volney de Choc, the number 4 for Great Britain, can come forward and repeat their first round clear, then Great Britain will be in the top 50% of the rankings of this competition.
Joviality, Warantmal, Silver Star.
It's a man's Tyson, Joviality. It's a younger sibling to Sanna Tyson, son of Leon Tyson. Man's taking the third leg for the Netherlands, a rider ranked in the world's top 250. Jumped the meter 55 Nations Cup Grand Prix at Kronenberg in the Longines EEF Nations Cup Series. Actually was on the Dutch senior team in that EEF Nations Cup. And rode this horse Joviality in a couple of the meter 45 classes at that CSIO in Palebergen. Man's another one to just pick up a rail coming through the triple combination, and unfortunately that means it's no double clear for Mans, and it means an increase in the Dutch team score, because with the elimination for Fleur Holleman a short while ago, they become a 3-member team, so every score, every rail counts. So Mans, Tyson and Joviality, 4 faults inside the time, and it becomes a total of 13 for the Netherlands. So the Netherlands go behind Great Britain.
So we have a score now.
Same score as Denmark are on after 2 riders.
13 strafpunten nu voor Nederland. We gaan door met Denemarken. Denmark. Emil Mosgaard Christiansen. En Chivogaards Enzo.
Emily Mosgaard Christensen and Svihergaard's Enzo. Discard score in the first round on 12. That on 4 faults does increase the Danish score, and on 8 faults, with the front rail off that Oxer in the corner of the ring, Emily Mosgaard's Christensen on a total of 12. The team in the interim are on 21 because they'll use the 8 from Frederick Fenshold and the 11 from Friede Munk-Larsen. This is 4 down, 16 to add. They just missed this front rail over at the white pillars thus far. And the last goes down, so it is 20 faults for Emily Mosegaard, Christensen and Soho Gaardse. Enzo? No, 20.
72.421. Het is de results at Emil Mosegaard, Christiansen. We gaan door met België, de derde ruiter. En dat is Aurélia Guisson. Met no limit van het legite halve set. Nabat Dreven, Belgium.
On to Belgium. Their discard score on just 8 faults was Aurélia Guisson, with no limit van het legite hof. Individual silver and team gold at last year's youth championships for this pair. Team gold together in Villamora as well, individual bronze on that occasion. And this single rail for Aurélia could become the discard score. So still Belgium in with a shout of holding on to that team total of 4. Their discard from the first round of 8 turns it into a 4 this time around. So that's a pretty good shape for Belgium after 3 rounds of jumping. And Tristan Guisson will wrap it up with another Legita Hof Horse Naturel as the 4th team rider in a few moments' time.
Number 3 for Switzerland.
The number 3 for the Swiss team is Chiriel Chaunoz and Obama de Soufflet. Chiriel and Obama jumped so well in the first round. They were so close to being Switzerland's 3rd clear. But unfortunately just had the plank away off the last. Hope it won't come into play, but Emily Mosegaard Christensen still being shown as 16 on the scores, and we did see 5 go down for 20. Denmark, the 8th of the 8 teams at the moment, so it doesn't make a huge matter, and hopefully that wouldn't be a counting score anyway, so the fact that it is a score in error won't actually affect the final result. And Chiriel Chaunoz has another problem close to home, twice over in fact, with 2 down close to home. So that is 8 faults for Switzerland, and now Switzerland have to pick up one of those 8s, and suddenly they find themselves on a total of...
That makes the team total at 12 penalty points so far. Zweden, de volgende combinatie. De derde, Jarnell Larsson en
Switzerland are going to be on 16. Switzerland with a 4, 8 and an 8 so far. They have to pick up 12 from this round. They have 4 in the first round. That is 16 for Switzerland. Oh my God, I'm the only person who's scoring this. Janelle Larson and Jezebel. Well, I was about to discuss that they could be double clear, but they're not. They're going to have that rail down just going past the in-gate at number 2, so 4 faults. And Sweden would be counting that 4 as well. With 8 faults, though, they equal the score from Joel Torstensen. Still hoping that Josephine Olsen's All I Got Is You can be discarded, but it means the team total now is a minimum of 20 of the 4-fault teams. Switzerland have drifted out to 16, Belgium still holding steady on 4, and Sweden on 20. You know, Lars and Jezebel, they have the last down as well. It's 12 for them, and Sweden will have to count one of those two 12s. So Sweden now on 24 points.
23 points at 12, and it makes the score now at 24 penalty points. 24 strafpunten op dit moment voor Sweden. Gaan we door met de derde combinatie voor Duitsland. Germany, Marie Flick en Siro.
So Germany, Marie Flick and Siro, can they be double clear here and keep the possibility of Germany finishing on the 0 score? Remember, a single rail and they're level pegging with Belgium. Belgium are breathing right down their necks. But then the next best team after that 4 faults for Belgium is the 12 faults from Great Britain, 13 from the Netherlands, and then going back to 16 for Switzerland. So quite a big range behind our top 2 teams. And Marie Flick has 4 faults with the 18 picked up by Tim Korte. That will count for Germany. So Marie Flick's score goes on. It puts them level pegging with Belgium. So we could have a jump ball finale on our hands at the moment after 3 riders, and this 3rd rider for Germany is not yet home. We would be looking at Belgium and Germany sitting equal first on 4 faults, and that's where we find ourselves. Marie Flick and Siro 7 take Germany off a team total of 0 for the very first time in this competition. So Germany and Belgium on 4. Great Britain sit in 3rd place as things currently stand on 12. 13 for the Netherlands in 4th. 16 faults for Switzerland and Italy. 21 for Denmark, 24 for Sweden. Julia Mattioli and Amelou de Liam. The last to go for Italy here. Italy sitting top 5 on 16 faults, but that is reliant on a clear here from their last to go. 8 in the first round, counting one of their 2 8-faulters from this round. Clear from Martina Simoni, and is it going to be clear from Giulia Mattioli here with Amelou de Liam? Just the last to go. Do they leave the plank up? No, it comes with them, unfortunately. So it is 20 faults, final score for Italy. So Italy confirmed to finish in front of Sweden and Denmark. So the lowest they can finish is 6th of the 8.
20 strafpunten, totaal voor Italië. Ga door met Groot-Brittannië. Alva Vernon, Van Educhok set.
Volney de Chuk and Ava Vernon for Great Britain. So as we were looking at the results, a clear to keep Great Britain on 12 would have been worth third place guaranteed. Now it's 4 faults that has to be counted. In fact, Eva, stay on. She does just stop out in the middle part of the triple combination. She can't actually improve the score, as Great Britain will finish on 16 regardless of what Eva does now. So that will finish in front of Denmark, Sweden and Italy. And 16 faults could be matched by Switzerland. So it could be a top 5 result on 16 faults. Eva just gets the tone there to continue on if she wishes. But there is no ability to improve the score. Just see her up at the top of the ring. I wonder if she's going to jump a fence up there. No, coming around to the triple. And takes the last as well, so it is jumping and time faults for Eva Vernon and Volney de Chuk. Let's say they will be the discard in this round, so it is a 16 fault total for Great Britain.
21 faults, including 1 time penalty. And that makes the total score for Great Britain at 16 penalty points.
So the Netherlands could finish in front of Great Britain, but every score counts for them, having had the elimination of Fleur Holleman in the second line. The Dutch final rider is Iris Michel and Isaac. Clear from Iris, and the team will finish on 13, which would be potentially as high as third. If they do have a rail, though, it'll move Great Britain and potentially Switzerland, who could also finish on 16, back up into contention for equal third. Just 1 fence away from securing a podium finish for the Netherlands here today, even with just 3 riders in the second round. Isaac and Iris Michels jump clear, having had 5 in the earlier round. They nailed down a team total of 13, and that will be the 3rd best score at a minimum. They can finish no lower than bronze in this leg of the FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth Series. Well done to the home side.
13 penalty points. We gaan door met Denemarken. Denmark.
So Denmark on 24 at the moment. Hoping that the 20 faults from Emily Møsegaard Christensen will be their discard. Maria Barnevitskau with Chandler. But remember, if Maria does have any faults on course up to 4 down, it would immediately affect the score and make that 24 penalty total grow. So it would be very, very pleasing for the Danes if they could pull a clear out of the bag here. Frederick Fensholt, the number 1 in the first round, jumped clear. Maria and Chandler did jump clear in the first round, but it was with a single time fault. that meant that they came through on a total of 5. And adding some 19 faults already to that across the first 3 riders. Maria might be in a little bit of trouble time-wise once again. It's a surprisingly long way around. That long roll-back turn, and then to come back, set up, jump this plank, and come home through the timers. Just inside the time, but it is with the rail. 4 faults and 4 faults that are counted for a team total of 28.
Four penalty points, 53.36, and it makes the total score for Denmark at 28 penalty points. 4 combinaties nog. Nu België.
So, 2 teams leading on 4. Belgium, who brought forward 4 from the first round, and Germany, who've fallen back to 4 in this round. Here's the 4th and final rider for Belgium. Riding 4. At the minimum, a place on the podium, and potentially a place in a 2-way jump-off against Germany. Tristan Guisson and Naturel van Hetlegieterhof. A lot of breathing room. The other direction, though, they have 2 fences in hand over the Netherlands. And they can't even, in a way, take them up because they already have a 4. They have 2 clears and a 4. So the lowest possible score for Belgium in this competition is 8. Tristan looking like nothing but a double clear will do. That jumped out of the cups and landed back in. Very, very lucky there at the end of the long line down the ring. Over the open water, just the big plank to go. The time is all right. Tristan Guisson is clear. Only the 3rd double clear, 2 of them being for Belgium. And Belgium will finish on 4. And 2nd place minimum.
4 penalty points. 4 strafpunten totaal nu voor België. We gaan door met Zwitserland. Switzerland now.
Switzerland on that total of 16. Great Britain are on 16. And that is after 4 riders. Switzerland now have to try and jump clear to take 16 points and share 4th place with Great Britain. And Thibaut's rail there with Badaboom 1 does get counted onto the total, so it's 24. So Great Britain will finish on 16 in their own right, and Switzerland now on a matching score to Italy for equal 5th. Sweden yet to post their final score, sitting on 24 at the moment. 28 the completion score for Denmark in the 8th place of the 2nd round teams. The last goes down. 8 faults then for the Swiss number 4, and it is a 24-point total for Switzerland. So Switzerland leave Great Britain in 4th place, Italy in 5th, and join Sweden on a team total of 24. But Switzerland's team total of 24 is confirmed. Sweden's is dependent upon how our last rider for them jumps. This is Mathilde Bolin. Mathilde with Domino van de Zuidwolde. with an 8, a 12 and a 12 so far for the Swedes in this round. Almost any rail Mathilde has will affect the score. Sweden, who were one of the teams to come forward on 4 from the first round, added 20 so far this round. Oh, they might have just been in trouble at the water there. Looked like they landed quite short, but Mathilde brings it home on 0. It's 24 points, so they will finish equal with Switzerland, and that is going to be equal 6th for the pair, with Denmark finishing in 8th. So we know all of the results from 3rd through to 8th. With the Netherlands in 3rd, Great Britain 4th, Italy 5th, Sweden, Switzerland in equal 6th, and Denmark in 8th. Just need to find out whether Belgium are going to win on 4, or whether they will be in a jump-off on 4 against Germany. Mick Houwenhorst and Clarimo's girl, last to go for Germany, last to go in the second round, and needs to be clear. 2 fences in hand to hold on for second place, but cannot afford a pole or a time penalty to keep Belgium pressed for the win here. Germany, the only team to come forward on 0, but it is Belgium who have had the best second round. The only team to stay on their first round total. Clarimo's girl and Mick Houwenhorst working for it, coming around to the open water to plank. The time should be all right. Double clear for Mick Houwenhorst to push a jump off here to conclude the Young Riders Nations Cup at de Wolde.
En daarmee komt Duitsland op een totaalscore van 4 strafpunten. En dat betekent een barrage. We have a jump off. Belgium and
So Denmark finish up in 8th on 28 penalties. Sweden, Switzerland, 24 points each for equal 6th. 20 points for Italy in 5th. 16 for Great Britain to take 4th place here. The Netherlands, the home team, on the podium in 3rd. And Belgium and Germany will come back for a jump off to decide the final result of our Young Rider Nations Cup here in de Wolde.
combinatie zo dadelijk, dames en heren, in de barrage. 8 competitors in de jump-off. Belgium en Germany. In die barrage gaan we over een verkort parcours in de ontknoping. Wie wordt de winnaar van de Nations Cup de Young Riders? De barrage beginnen we op de Okser, hindernis 1. We gaan door naar de stelsprong, hindernis 2. Dan gaan we naar hindernis 4a, de lichtbouwen Okser. We gaan linksom naar hindernis 5, de Okser. Dan door naar 6a, 6b, de dubbel hier voor de loods. En dan nog 1 keer naar links en dat is naar de laatste hindernis, hindernis 10, de Okser. Een toegestaande tijd van 50 seconden. Obstacles in de jump-off. 1, 2, 4E, 5, 6EB en 10. En de time allowed in de jump-off. 50 seconds. Wordt het België of wordt het Duitsland? In ieder geval Nederland de derde plaats, de third place voor de Netherlands. But the jump-off. 2 nations, Belgium, Germany, 8 competitors. Almost time for the